Oh no, is it this time of year? Wish Nilaus a happy partner anniversary. That's not actually true though. It's completely off. It must be like a month off, but whatever. That I guess we're gonna see that a million times today. Anyway, good evening and welcome. So I hope we're gonna do some Factorio. I hope we can yeah, just dig in and see what's coming. I've been having some fun with Mind Mogul. I think when there's a lot of or when there is a new factory automation game, they have to do some things correct that are sort of stable of the genre, making belts and inserters or whatever, like making that sort of easy to work with and that kind of thing. And then each one has to have a unique feel. Like for example, Alchemy Factory turns out to be really a lot of factory game, but it was sort of hidden in a weird way. But then you could sort of like, oh, it's the factory game where you make an alchemy shop. Like, oh, that one. This one is the one with the crazy physics for everything. And I think that's a cool thing that makes it a little bit unique and a little bit different. And yeah, so they need their own gimmick. Yes, they need a gimmick of sorts. Like Dyson Sphere Program, it's the one with the small planets, the teeny tiny planets, but it's still amazing, right? So I think that it's you need something, and I think maybe even that is maybe one of the points about Captain of Industry, where it's lacking something unique. It's just kind of, I mean, it's a little bit like, ooh, it's on an island. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. Like, but the only thing that's sort of marginally unique about it is the fact that you also have a population to manage, which is a little bit different. Tiny uniform planets or giant mech? Well, it's not a giant mech. It's not a giant mech. 100 kilometers tall mech or something. It's just teeny tiny planets. But it's like one of those things when you accept it, it's kind of like, yeah, it's fine. Not everything has to be built towards a realistic setup. It can be sort of, yeah. Oh my god, we're gonna hear that a million times. I wish you could turn that off. Ah. Yeah. Anyway, with that partnership, there is certain levels of partnership and partner plus, and I'm about to lose my partner plus, or at least sort of lose it, or sort of get in the danger zone because there are no subscribers. So every time we see the happy partner anniversary, I'm going to use that for a spiel for saying, have you considered subscribing to the channel? And it has to be like normal subscriptions, not Prime subs, and not gift subs. Because that has just absolutely tanked after New Year's. So gotta be reminding people about, hey, it is possible to subscribe to the channel. Because I don't even really mention it, and then things sort of tend to regress towards nothing if you don't mention it somehow. So, hey, there's a beautiful subscriber there. Hey, Kevin, thank you. Ooh, and for 6 months in advance. Whoa, you are right. Yes. All right. Like it's there can be all sorts of things. Like maybe someone has been maintaining a subscription for a long time, and then whatever, their credit card runs out, and it just falls off, or something like that. Whoa, dude in the park! Wow, tier 3 for 6 months in advance, even. Wow, thank you so much for that. That's super generous of you. I mean, you could also say you're here quite often, so.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Considering subscribing for a couple of months, I appreciate that, Grundig. You are also around. And thank you for your 61 months. Now, you don't have to subscribe or anything, but it's just one of those things where I think it's like there's a reason why YouTubers make call to action, and that's because they work. There's a reason why the internet is driven by ads, because they work. And if they didn't work, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But it's the same with the thumbnails, right? It's also because they work. Like the clickbait and false advertisement, it works, and therefore that's why it's propagating. And thank you for the 84 months. Oof, that's a long time. Thank you. Oh, and it's almost a train now with these 4 subscriptions, almost triggering a welcoming train. That's very nice. Also, you can also see, it is working. So once in a while, I have to mention it. I don't want to be mentioning it very often, but I kind of have to mention it once in a while. And it's gonna die. Thank you for the Prime for 5 months. So, yeah. Content plans for next week, both on YouTube and Twitch, will be more Mind Mogul. And then my plan is basically to just play Mind Mogul and complete it here on YouTube and Twitch. And then when we're done with that, I think it's time for us to dive into either... What are the 2 games that come out in March? That's Timberborn and Captain of Industry, right? Those are the ones. Hey, Samagod, thank you for the 36 months.
Welcome home.
And triggering a train for Titan Heavy Mid. Got a short list of games you want to try out. No, I don't. I do have some games that I want to try out, but it's not... Yeah, games not try out, but play. So the thing is, as I was saying, Timberborn release, 1.0 release in start of March. Captain Industry also start March. Shapes 2 major content update in April. And those are the ones that we have sort of on the short list of things. And then apparently eventually maybe sometime we'll have a Factorio 2.1, and in a year's time we have something else. Oh, there's also what is it called, that Expanse game? Osiris Reborn. Yeah, okay, it's on the wish list. It just says coming soon, so we don't know when that comes out. And I'm really looking forward to it, but I'm also not really looking forward to it because I expect to get disappointed. But it could be like really amazing. But it's probably not. Any news about DSP updates? I mean, the last news is their 5-year anniversary update, which basically says 2026 will be for consolidation and language updates, which means nothing. Nothing at all. So that kind of sucks. So Dyson Sphere program is not a good setup. Oh, why is it talking?
Our illustrious champion
Steam should never be talking.
returns.
And Factorio Musculaja, thank you for the 58 months. Alright, we have a level 1 train going at least. So there is something. So if anyone is sitting on a Prime sub they want to get rid of, or a sub that needs renewing, or want to just sub or give sub, then now's a good time because there is a train going on. Yeah. So I don't have any... Thank you, Samagod, for the 200 bits. I don't have any new games that we are really waiting for. I mean, yes, Osiris Reborn, yes, but I don't know what else we have of new games that are interesting and on the horizon. This Arknight Enfield that someone mentioned in hey, Moonkindness, thank you for the Prime. They have been sent, I think, at least 10 messages about I should play this game, and I just don't think it looks good. Or I think it looks good, but it doesn't look like a game for me. I would feel like such a sellout if I played that game for sponsored content. Like there is a little bit of build factory things, but I don't think it's a factory game. I think it's an anime JRPG game, and with a little bit of something behind it. Hey, Blueberry Pie, thank you for gifting us up.
Praise the sun.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it might be amazing and awesome, but I just don't think I just can't watch this kind of thing. Yeah, so that's not gonna happen. But back to your question, retired Navy vet. If there are any upcoming games, it's probably a gacha game anyway. Oh, okay. Well, then that makes it even less interesting. But if there are any, for anyone else, if there are any upcoming games like sort of in and around our genre, then I would love it. Broken tracker support update. Level 2 at 22%. Well, that actually, then it is. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it doesn't work. Last Starship. Never heard of it. I'll click E. Last Starship. No. And the thing is, like, I played Cosmoteer and it was surprisingly fun, but this looks very much like Cosmoteer. Or actually both look like FTL. But I don't like this I don't like this concept here. I think Cosmoteer captured me somehow, but I also think that I don't know if I can replay it. I actually loaded it up today just to look at the roadmap to see when there was sort of a campaign mode. That face, yeah. Foundry update was not as impressive. It was nice, but it was not warranting a complete new playthrough. That's just doesn't make sense. Oh, and the hype train is dead. Damn. I was so hoping we could get a train. And maybe this thing here is actually some of the reason why trains are not getting off the ground, because you can't see that there's a train going. Damn. I'm just gonna... There. Good. It should have had locomotives in the middle. Yes. Ancient Ascent of Shinobi. Just wanted to say hello. Discovered your videos when I started Factorio. Quality content. Thanks for. Have a great day. Cheers from time. Thank you. And I mean, since you're Shinobi, then also have some content of Sekiro hidden somewhere on my channel. Yeah. So I'm sure that there will be random games that come out. I also saw like. There's always like these games that sort of have a sudden hype, like Mugenics is the new hype game. And I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a chance. It looks absolutely shit. Like, oh my god, that is a miserable game. Like, the graphics look shit, the music is awful, the gameplay looks tiring, and I was like, what the hell is this? Ugh. A VOD's hidden on Twitch? There is one VOD on Twitch, and that one says, where are the VODs? And then that's a link to my YouTube channel, VOD channel. So check the VODs on my VOD channel. They're there. Not an Edmund fan, I guess. No, I don't know. I don't really get this. Like, either it's a good game or it's not a good game. It doesn't matter who made it. Like oh, I love Tarantino movies. Like, am I a Tarantino fan? No, nope, definitely not. Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, excellent movies. The rest, actually kind of shit, in my opinion. And so, not really a Tarantino fan, even though there are good movies, but there are certainly also mediocre piece of shit movies, in my opinion. Humble opinion, of course. So. But notice some are out of order. Yeah, that's the problem with this. These ones out of order is because the way that it gets over there, and if some of them are not transferred, then when I transfer those, they get in the wrong sequence. So yeah. I tried to make some sense out of Pulp Fiction. No way. Oh, I love it. I think it's also just because it hit at the time when, yeah, there's a zeitgeist to it as well. I'm not sure it holds up in today, but maybe it does. I don't know. It's sometimes you rewatch old movies that you remember as really good, and then you find out like, oh, they're not that good. They're not that good. I watched Fifth Element, and I think, interestingly enough, all the rubber aliens are shit, and all the VFX from '97 are excellent, which shouldn't be something. I think it's from '97 or something like that. It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the rubber things look good because that's a mature technology, and the VFX look shit because that has matured so much. But actually, like, all the VFX shots are look really nice. Like, there's nothing. It gets the job done. Like, flying around vertically in this city is really nice. Yeah, classical practical effects. It's also like a combination of VFX and practical effects. Probably a lot more practical effects, honestly. But it looks so nice, and it's not feeling jarring in the way that modern special effects does very often. Like Stranger Things, which is absolutely trash. Like, it's not, but it's just really poorly made. Like, there's something wrong with the way that they did special effects in Stranger Things. Like, they put all of the effort into the special effects and forgot composition and lighting, and therefore you have like beautiful looking monsters and then people that are cropped in, like it looks like that dinosaur scene from one of the Jurassic movies, the one where it just looks absolutely shit, where there's beautiful dinosaurs just rolling through this canyon, and it looks beautiful, and then we have these cardboard cutout humans running in the middle. It looks exactly like that, and I was like, really, why could you not do it better than that? Matrix tastes like fine wine, while Starship Trooper doesn't. I'll watch Matrix again and again. Really? I think I watched Starship Troopers not long ago, and I thought it was surprisingly good. Yeah, we're losing practical effects skill. Yes, definitely. I think it's also like, anyone here celebrating something? No, don't think so. I don't know what that is. So I'm not, at least. I might, if you can sell it to me, then I might celebrate it. So give it your best shot at selling why we should be celebrating Shivaratri. Then I'm open. Yeah, it wouldn't. My immediate thing was like, oh, is that a Tantra thing? Which means like, is it an Indian thing in my world? Because that's the only Indian culture I have absorbed, but just a little bit. So, yeah. Hindu, yes, of course. Well, I don't think that my community is have a particularly high representation of Hindu. Just thinking, I'm welcome to be happy to be proven wrong, but it's just never something that has come up before now. Anything, so. The Great Night of Shiva. Yes. Okay. So, Solid Bond, thank you for the 65 months, and thank you for helping retain the Partner Plus status. We are looking for as many of these good old subs, regular subs as possible, because, yeah, don't want to let that fall off. Anyway, so also movies that I watched recently was Eyes Wide Shut, and I remember it as a hot and mystical movie, and it was bland and slow and boring. I also watched The Game. I also remember The Game as a movie that was like, oh my god, it's so deep, and you don't know, it's like a total mindfuck. Like, is it or is it? And you're just watching again, and I'm like, really? That's kind of basic? Like, okay. So I don't know. It's some things should just not be rewatched. And yeah, Interstellar, and it's so great. I don't know. I wasn't a fan of Interstellar when I watched it. It seemed, yeah. I just never really got it. Not like the plot wise got it, but it seemed, I don't know how should I say this. I think that the story seemed like you could guess every step, and then there was a twist at the end. It was very. I was like, oh, okay, oh, this farmer. Oh, well, but apparently he's gonna be. Oh, yeah, he's the one who has to save the world because whatever, random insert random reason, and it just happens to be like, all right, whatever. Like it was just so uninspired to follow along. It's like every single thing was like, yeah, of course, yeah, of course, and then the stuff in space was interesting, but there wasn't enough of that. Yeah, I love movies that sort of um, that makes you think or gives you an edge, or they twist and they turn so you don't know what to expect. But other other games just like, yeah, it's just, yeah, movie by the numbers. It feels a little bit like that, and especially because it's so critically acclaimed, and it was like, okay, it's not that spectacular. I remember I didn't watch Batman because I don't really care about Batman, but the one with Heath Ledger, and I was like, oh yeah, everyone's just praising him just because he died shortly after. Like, come on, he's not that great. And then I watched it, I was like, okay, he is that good. Damn. So yeah. Um, so sometimes the hype is justified, but other times the hype is just like, oh, okay, this was time to hype this one. It was a masterpiece even before it was filmed. Eyes Wide Shut. Never seen it. Kubrick doesn't appeal to me. It was super hyped before because it was Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise, and it was juicy and all stuff, and it was so slow paced. Which, I mean, Kubrick is not exactly known for fast paced movies, but still, it was really like, what is this? Like you're watching a scene and you just sort of get out of it and go like, what is the point of this scene? Like, take a reviewer's perspective on it instead of just enjoying it. It's just like, is this important to the plot? Is it like, wait, why are we spending so long with this character? Like, does he come in later at some point? No, it's just there. Like all the stuff at the costume department store or the costume store. It's like, what is that subplot that leads nowhere? And the hotel receptionist. There's also like, there's so many scenes that are just stretching on and so bland. I don't know. See, good movies watched lately? Don't know. Nothing really comes to mind that is not that anything new. Well, I did watch an interesting Danish movie, but that's a really niche movie, even by Danish standard. It's called Sauna. It's about a young homosexual guy who falls in love with a young trans man, and showing the subcultures of the queer community and the homosexual community in Copenhagen, and how these niche communities are really prejudiced against each other, even though they are both prejudiced by the general society. But even then, and sort of the struggles of this young queer strange love. It's a really interesting movie, very very niche, but very interesting story. So yeah, that's about the latest movie I watched. New. Trying to avoid heavily advertised products. They are usually not that good. Just most of the budget into the marketing. There's the cameras are over and no one can remember it. Yes, there are tons of movies where it's like, whatever happened to that thing? Like, some of those, like, there was this, for example, like Dark Tower. That was like, oh, it's the Stephen King's Lord of the Rings, and it was like, did it ever get made? I remember watching some promos with Idris Elba and Matthew McConaughey, but I don't know, does that movie even exist, or was it cancelled, or did it just poof vanish? Or, there are movies like that where it's like, oh, yeah, it was made. Apparently it was, because it has completely vanished from the face of the earth. And every time every time there's like a beloved franchise, and they're going like, oh, there's a movie adaptation of, and I go like, oh no, that's not. But Fallout, it might not be completely canon to the games, but is really faithful to the world in many respects. One movie, yes, exactly. Dark Tower was the one I read, but there's also like when you hear about it, like I'm also like let's say Henry Cavill's new Warhammer 40k project. Like as an avid 40k fanboy, then it's really difficult because you have this entire world building from 30 years old and you want to cram all of that into 1 or 2 movies or something, and no matter what, like the essence of that world in my opinion is that everything is so small and insignificant because the world is so big, and yes, so how are you going to capture the world at large? Because most of the people, like all the lore that we as players and fans know about the world, no one knows that in game. They know teeny small snippets and they know lies upon lies of that. So how are you going to be sort of telling the story of the world when no one inside the world actually knows the story of the world? And that's, yeah, that's going to be difficult. And maybe if they like, what I would hope is that they would be approaching it from a bit of a humble perspective of saying, we're going to make a story and it's about this, I don't know, Space Marine captain, because it's always like that. And it's going to sort of follow there, and it's not going to be taking the entire world into a single movie, but it's just going to be like a story here and a story there. And yeah, it's because if it becomes like, oh, then he meets the Emperor. Like, no, he doesn't. No one meets the Emperor. Like, go away. Like, the Emperor should not be there. It doesn't belong. So, yeah, I think that's gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. I mean, I still don't understand how Rings of Power keeps going because, oh my god. Unless it's a Horus Heresy story. Yeah, and that could also be interesting if they were sort of going through the Horus Heresy, which could be interesting, but then if like you kind of have to decide if it's going to be 1, 3, 5, 10 movies, because you were going to pace it so that the climax is not at the end of the first movie and they'll go like, oh, let's build a sequel. You can't, because kind of the Horus Heresy has already been resolved. Yeah, Rings of Power, we don't mention that. So, I don't know. It's, I really like Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's just painfully slow that you only get like half an hour of it every week. But I'm also just listening to the audiobook, and I understand now why they are pacing it like that, because there isn't a lot of meat on that story. So, stretching it out to a full season, yep. Going to play Titus, so no Horus Heresy. Okay, very modern story. Okay, well, you can also do it the other way around, of sort of using it to sort of carve the canon further ahead, because we're now in M41. Are these stories good? I have tried to avoid them. Any side stories after Lord of the Rings and Hobbit? I think they are. I think they're well written and interesting. But they're not masterpieces. They're sort of filling in the gaps, and you get this like, oh, when you hear the houses that you know and their positions and how they sort of, the powers wax and wane over the years, and like familiar characters and places being referenced. I got it, ooh, which is exactly what it is. It's fluff. It's filler content, which is good, but it's not like an epic tale, at least not yet. So, anyway, I think we should jump into that Factorio thing. That's kind of why some of us at least are here. Not me, but some of you are here at least for that. Boop. And on the masterclass. It must be that one. What? Which Factorio thing? This Factorio thing. Yeah, so this is the one I created for the YouTube episode last week. I think it was good, but it might also just have needed a little more polish. But I do like it as a sort of alternative to our Space Casino, our rare Space Casino, which isn't rare, it's epic. Let me get that out of the way. There we go. Let's see. So I think this ship is actually done. I don't think there's anything to add more. I'm just adding this so it keeps flowing. But it's flying at a pretty decent speed. I can't really get it any faster. And then I'd have to sort of, yeah, make it smaller. I thought there already was a masterclass for Space Casino. Is it different? There is no masterclass for Space Casinos. There is a Let's Play episode for it. And that's it. So... But I wanted something which I felt like this is more refined, it's more compact, and it's definitely better than the previous one. It does have one problem, which is something when we designed it, I forgot to think about. And the thing is, like, let's say this one was full. It isn't, but let's say it was. Then that would come in at 30 per second. But some of it is actually going to be consumed here for maintaining the flight of the ship, which means that it can never, under any circumstances, come back as 30 per second. And that means if this whole thing is designed for 30 per second, then it's never going to consume it, because it cannot get 30 per second, because it caps out at maximum 30 per second, and then it takes something off, which means it's always going to be lower. Also, when we look at the star map here, like this path is flying on this path, it's not uniformly distributed how many chunks we're getting, and therefore when we are close to Novice, we're getting a lot of chunks, but not really any of the asteroids, and therefore it's different when we are getting closer to planets. We're getting less in here, and that means it's not filling up these properly. But mainly the problem is that we are simply not collecting enough. And the only way that we can fix collecting more is to make it wider. Or potentially, no. I was thinking like more grabbers, but more grabbers only would make a difference if any of the stuff actually gets destroyed. So if we just look at it flying here, if we ever see something that doesn't get picked up because it hits here, then yeah, we could get more grabbers. But I don't think that's the case. Right now we're sort of in the least dense area because it's the flying away from here. So it's when it's in the middle, that's going to be when it's most dense. So if we look at this, like, will anything actually hit the ship and get destroyed? Like, this is about as intense as it gets. No, not even close. So adding more grabbers isn't going to do anything. So the only way that we could get more is by making it go faster. I can't do that without doing this nested thing, which I'm not going to do, or making it wider. And I don't really want to make it wider. I don't think that would be a better ship if it's wider. There's also some benefit to this part, like the fact that it can be on one screen at... Okay. Oh, right. Oh, wait, really? That's weird. Why does it not change to map view? Oh, okay. So we can actually... Why can we zoom so much out? That's so weird. We never used to be able to... What the hell's wrong? Editor mode has more zoom. Ah, right. Okay, that's why. Like, what? Confused. Oh, right. It's because we are not actually in editor mode right now. We are on the ship. We're on the planet. If we were looking at the map view, then this is what I wanted to show. Like, this is maximum zoom before it changes to map mode. There. So that's also nice to have that. Let me see. Good. So I can't get more inbound, and that means we might actually have, if we look at this, yeah, a lot of these are not actually working, at least some of the time, and that just makes it worse. So it's not fulfilling its full potential, which is kind of bothering me. Because then if I say like, oh, I don't need as many, then I make it shorter, then I make the whole ship shorter, and that's kind of defeats the point. The only alternative I could do is basically take this part here, and then cut this into 2 pieces, and then build it sort of in the middle here, and then stretch the ship out to make it wider and flatter, so it gets more surface area, and then balance that with more thrusters. I don't know. Is that something we want to do? Because then it would only be like this part, and then I'd only have like the rare quality and the epic quality beneath it. Copper chip in 2 pieces. This is my last resort. What? And this bit here is just our generator. So I'm a little careful. I'm interested in quality calculator planning tool. It does the math for how much of each tier to expect. Not really, because it's I think there are a lot of assumptions in us, and like for example in this case, even if we sort of balance it out so that it consumes everything evenly and it's the perfect number, then because there is a random output here, at the end we'll always have something that has to flow back. So yeah, I think I need to get this ship stopped at Novice, and let's give it a shot to see if we can make it nicer. I kind of need to take this ship and save it here. Okay, so I already have the space casino. Okay, then I don't need to do that. Then we already have it. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Oh, let's get. And then I take this part out. I need to remove this because this is confusing me. Well, it's stripped. There, this part. This part here. Well, now I need to go further out. Probably further out than this as well. Yeah. Then I take this one. Let's see, this will then be exactly the same, so it'll also be... Okay, so this... I think I should use this pattern then. This pattern. And then these will be different. That will be one up. And this one will also be one up. Okay, so we're now getting this out, and then that has to go in here, and then that has to go backwards, which means I kind of need 2 of these builds, but then we get all sorts of weird stuff here. Good. Okay, that's good. And then let's see. How many is this? This is 72. And how many do I have down here? Something else. Some random number. So I think I need 1 more of these builds. Yeah. $30. I don't know. Okay, so what would be the... This is the way that it merges back in. Ah, right. But this is then the output. How do we get this? Oh, this is the input. This one is just, okay. Yeah. So I need to get it. I need to get this one to connect to that. Like that. It seems like a lot of space that's being wasted here. Could this be done in a different way? It must be. Ah. No, it can't really be done that any different, because the reason why it's so complicated is because I both need to get stuff in from here, but also from this side. Yeah. But it still just feels like a lot of space that's being wasted. Hold on. No. I was thinking maybe I could have the middle one being the input belt. So that I just bring it in here and then... What would that look like? Really, it just wouldn't be much different. And then I guess this one could be built here. This whole thing could be moved one in. And then I could save 2 tiles. But then I... Oh. Yeah, that's no good. Unless I filter this out. Like so. So that it never outputs on this side. And then what would this look like? This would be... That would have to get from here. And then what else would I put out on this belt? Wouldn't I put everything in out here? But I can't put... Oh, I'd have to put everything out on this belt. Oof. Oof. No. No, it's not working. Because I need 2 outputs on this. I need both an input and output, which means I need 2 long inserters on this level. And I can never do that because I need some of it for an underground. So, no can do. It has to go the other way. Outside this one. Yeah, it is a lot of spaghetti here. Okay. Then this would be the end. Yeah. Should we try it? Let's see what happens. Oops. There you go. So now that comes in as half a belt, which is what this one should be able to handle. Why are the blues there? Oh, this is not working. Because the blues that are stuck on this belt will never get out. Ah, crap. They'll keep circulating. How did I fix that previously? Ah, there. So at the end of this, I filter it out. Okay, that's actually a really neat setup, this one. That's probably how it should be done. Out here. What? So this is fine, but how do I get you out? What am I doing here? Because it goes backwards. That's not great. Because this design is different from this design. So if I want them to go in opposite lines, then this is how I want it.
Our illustrious champion
But what is it I want?
Welcome home.
I have no idea. Shannon the Techno, thank you for the 33. Good to see you. Local units are very efficient and cheap. And right after Aquilo, no one will have enough laser turrets lit technology to destroy us. That
Subscriber arrives. It fills
first
you
flight
with
from Navis to
determination.
Volca. Okay. Right after, yeah, okay. Right after Aquilo, yes. But then don't do it that way. Listing out, thank you for the prime. Like, you're only supposed to do it when you can do it. It's also the same as when you actually have the materials for it. Okay, so here I would want... In this case, I'm circulating everything. That's kind of what I want. And then anything that's higher quality goes out. The reason why this works is because I'll never have higher quality coming in. Therefore, I don't need to filter that out. Right, that's why. But I do have that now. Which would then be... whatever. We'll sort that out. And I wanted to jump in there because then that would actually be nice if I could do... And that would be the one that continues. And the other one would go, wee, but that's not how it works. Damn. Oh my god, this is annoying. Slow down a bit and research later. Isn't that the point? Yes, it is. Because then you have everything going, and you might also be, while you're building Aquilo, then get some laser research, because you're going to be stuck on research at that point. So just research something that will be eventually useful. All right, this one, like, there are two different patterns. This pattern is saying I must have things out on... Things are coming in. Oh, this is just a return belt, which will then go out and get split into insides for the other two belts. That's actually quite neat. And then it goes back. There's too much filtering going on, I think, for this part. I really can't figure this out then. Either I take everything and put it like I'm doing here, but if I do that, then I will need to filter these outside lanes as well. Or I filter before and take anything that is that quality or higher. Oh, hold on. That should actually be possible to do that. That would actually be the same, which means I could theoretically take something that is anything that is not green. So the green goes there and the other one goes in, right? So that could be a thing, which would then have to go up here. Yes. And then out here at the other end, we don't have this part. This has to be different. Now, as this filters in, right now it's not working because I will get something stuck on these belts, but if I delete everything and build it again, then we should only get new stuff in. This one is not made correctly, so... Works? Yeah. think so. This can probably get stuck if it's not getting... Well, no. That means I should never on these outer belts have anything that isn't rare quality. It shouldn't be possible. And if I can then do that, then I'm a little step forward. Yes. But it's still like a massive spaghetti mess. I also think I'm overbuilding it. Oh, interesting. There. Yes. Because then I can get these. And then this ish in here. And there is room for it. If I need it. I think that's a good number. Okay, so what we're seeing is that half a belt is not fully consumed here. It's a good job engineers don't have pockets in space. Imagine holding 32 asteroids when you pick up a belt. Yes! That's probably something they found out. Like, whoops, it just fills up inventory all the time. Okay, here what we can see, let's actually just... Level 18 laser technology to destroy asteroids without legendary is very expensive. Without legendaries. You can increase the quality and efficiency of your casino platforms. 2 old design platforms are more than enough for legendary. Thank you. Yeah, level 18 is very expensive. I also don't think you need level 18. I would use rare quality lasers so they have longer range. And yeah, but it's a good point that we need to figure out where's the safe level, because that's also part of the story to tell. Do I want to craft... Okay, let's see. So, actually, it looks like there is an accumulation here of greens or uncommon quality. So it looks like we're actually, if we just go down, we're not actually consuming them fast enough, which would indicate that I do need this kind of build. Yeah. And this return belt is not taken then. There. Okay. So that gets us indication of... Yeah. And then this. There. Okay. And these are changing, let's say, the numbers here. Yeah, okay, 152. Ooh. This still bothers me, this one. Oh, we didn't get these two. Oops. What if I do this, this? That should be the same, because that means this one can then go out here. And that would be much nicer. Then kill these and get this in here. That's quite smooth, but is it correct? Who knows? Obviously we need you also to copy this. Yes. And if we look at this, yep, they have sort of adjusted. So I like this also because it doesn't take up as much space as I would have thought it would. Maybe even do this one. Oops. And there's some green lines as well. That would go here. And this one would no longer go to that one. Yes, so that's even better. And meow. Nope, there's no meows in the background. That's maybe my kids downstairs, but they also have Speedy. This thing here, can this be done in less than 6 tiles? I doubt it. Actually, maybe it can. At least this one. If I did what I did before. Why is this looking so neat? And this is not looking neat. Odd. Would it then be better if it was... I guess that's nicer. Yeah. But that's exactly what we did before, wasn't it? I think it was. So, never mind. Back and forward. But there's definitely a problem here. Yeah. There's a... This is no, this is insufficient. So this is insufficient. That sucks. I would have loved this to be sufficient. But I did cut out something, so... So the thing is, this is insufficient if we are getting 30 inbound. But we're not actually getting 30 inbound. That's the whole point, that we're not quite getting 30 inbound. We're getting a little bit less than that. So, maybe? Oh, I can't do that. How many more grabbers average would compensate for the fueling and ammo? I don't know. The ammo, nothing, but fueling, I don't think it's a lot. This one is problematic. Because if I didn't have this... I could jump here. Okay, maybe not there, but like this. See? If I don't have this one here, then I'm actually able to cut one side out. Oh, bugger. But then again, I have so much wasted space. But if we can, then shouldn't we? But I'm still having the issue that this is not enough. But there's also the argument that maybe if I build it bigger, then I don't need this balancer. Let's get this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. This. What the hell? Is it not? Why is it not moving? Oh, because of course it's not moving. There we go. So that's now bigger. That's one tile off. No, it's actually perfect. Perfectly tiled here. Nice. That's max distance, and then there's just a short one here. Good. So, I think this is a new version. Then, as we get in here, now we need to kill this, because this is no longer there, or no longer relevant. Then we need... This should probably also be flattened a little bit. Let's see, this is... Oh, this is another problem because I was actually using... Yeah, I was using the green to turn the direction because now it ends over here. And then... Do I then start with blue here? And then purple here, and then oops, then the purple is as far away as possible, or do I lead it over here and then bring it back? Either case is kind of shit. On the other hand, this might not actually be so bad. If I take something like this and just flip it, then we already have a return belt up top. And then this would just kind of be the same build as that one. Yep. What is the consumer produced by? Legendary iron, copper, and coal. Not copper. Iron coal and calcite. And that's it, basically, which is not a lot. This is not part of the design. I have no idea what this is. This doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, right. Okay, so it's kind of making sense. No. It's supposed to come in here. I think I'm missing this part. Yeah. Because I have to sort of force it over to the inside belt. And I have to get here. But this is not on the inside belt. Is it? Nope. This is on both sides. So why is this one merging in on the inside? Will you provide those materials to the ground, or do you want to craft in space like the Let's Play? No, I don't want to craft in space. I want to drop them to Volcanus and then have it built on site there. Wouldn't this just be input from here? And then that would be an inbound. And then I wouldn't need all of this crap. I just need to get whatever we have on both sides here, consolidated in. First go on that side and then go on the inside. Yeah, okay, so this is okay. This is an okay loop. And then it comes out there. Which will then do somewhat the same as this. I think that's a thing. And then we get the legendary out here. Let's try it and see what happens. So now it gets truncated in here, and then they start producing, and then there should be basically nothing or almost nothing going out here. And that goes into the next one, which will easily be munched, and then it disappears. Okay. So, ratio-wise, this is... Let's spin it up for a faster... So now we are consuming a full belt inbound here. One full belt. And that is not stockpiling anywhere, it seems. Get it out again. Yeah, there's no stockpile anywhere, which means that we have, by definition, overbuilt it somewhere. Kill this. Kill this. And... Oops. So now I need to fit it into this build here. This build is pretty good, I think, because it's getting hit by one beacon, and then that beacon hits everything, which is good. So, could a beacon down here work? No, it'd have to be... But then it'd have to be two beacons, which isn't a big deal, but all this sort of shenanigans makes it unstoppable. No. It could also go, instead of bring it up here, I could also just bring it in... like that. Okay, so now we take all of this and just try to figure out I need this. Yeah. How far can we squeeze it down? This is as far down as we can get it. Yeah. And maybe we can also just make it a little nicer. Just take this part and just align it with that. And then take this part and align it over here. That works, that works. It got a lot smaller and somewhat wider. Oh. There's another kind of advantage of this. It's the fact that we're not using this space out here, which means this monstrosity here could then be built. Probably something like this. And then we could even squeeze it a little bit more if we really need to, but I do like it aligning here. So let's see if this could work. Let's have a look. This alignment is... yeah. That's this one. That's the edge of the ship. So now we know. There. And then we need to get the other one down. That's not as big a deal as before. There. That goes in, gets consumed something, and then goes back up here. So this is now our input for all of this crap here. I think this is where it has to be. Then I'm pretty sure that these... nope, they're working. They actually have this dented. Good. What? Oh, right. All of this is incorrect. That's a lot more. This one will be reversed. Got one more. That's actually a very neat pattern here. That one. Then the only thing we miss is some kind of spaceship, yeah, some kind of build here. I am leaning towards a single line in here and then a single line out there. So it goes... This is probably a good space. Need to get you, save you somewhere. Don't have to rebuild you. Like, the question is, could I make this closer? I think I could. I could definitely move this up. One, two, 3 tiles. That's as much as I could move it up. Okay. And then I would get just a V shape that goes all the way up to here. And then go... Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3... No, okay, okay. It's something. Let's just put it here for now. Almost sure this will not be allowed in the blueprint. Because I had so much trouble with the blueprint when doing this. 1, 2, 3. And this looks nice and all. Not it. Oh, misplaced. You don't have to. Oh, right, we did. Didn't we do like we found a new way to do this the non-V shape that was actually really nice. But the problem is, there is actually a really good argument for a V shape because this is going down here, and that is kind of leaning into a V shape and then V shape. Because the V shape will, if it follows this contour, then yeah. I think I'm gonna cut out a lot. If I have to do a straight line, the straight line would have to be down here, and then I have a lot of dead space. Yeah. On the sides you could use a flat design. But with that, if I use a flat design here, with like the best place I can make a flat design would be somewhere like maybe here, because it needs some space. Let's say it like this. But what if I just keep doing the V design all the way up here and then go downwards? Then I think it'll be better like that. It'll be a smaller spaceship, I think. Because I use more dead space here. Maybe this is a little bit too much. Oops. That's kind of following the contours of the ship. I think this is like, it's ugly as sin, but And then when we take a blueprint, it'll just be invalid blueprint. Doom logo, I guess. Which is an added bonus, obviously. I mean, I might not like it, but I need to build it to see if I like it. It's cutting it close for sure here. Okay, so this one done, and the other one has to go up here. That's actually pretty neat, I think. And we've removed the lines. There isn't a whole lot of dead space here. So let's kill the other side and try to build it again. I can copy. How much can I copy? Everything except the okay, start by this one. Flip. Like that. Okay. Then the next thing is this part. Nope. This part. Good. Like this. No? Why not? Why is that not the same? Oh, right. Yeah, maybe no. What? What? Why is this not the same? What am I not getting? Here? So is it... Oh, it's this thing I've placed too far down. Ah. Like this. Good. Now it works. All right, and that goes in. Yeah, the old one off. And I probably could copy paste this, but it's such a nightmare to copy paste this. There. 3 more. Three, and then the other way. That's weird. This seems closer. No, it is exactly going up there and hitting at that corner, which is exactly the same. Good. I'm doing this slowly because otherwise the blueprint will be broken. It'll be corrupt. Maybe we can look at the shape now. It's a thing. This is the part I love the most about the Space Age, is like the new design challenges that are available on each planet. They've really put a lot of effort into new design challenges for each surface. While doing that, they may have forgotten some other things, but it seems like that has been their main focus, is every planet must be, it can't just be the same planet, same design you use on every planet, right? Because that's one of the concerns we had before it came out. Like, what is to stop us from just making the same design and then just copy it on all planets? And if we do that, why are we even going to the other planets if we can just make it one place? Certainly have solved that problem for us, or addressed that. This doesn't seem right, does it? It goes a little bit too far out here, I think. Does it? Nah, it is. That's just the way it is. Oh, I don't like taking this out, but I'll just put it here. Good. So, is this a spaceship? It kind of is. Is it good? I don't know. Oh, we might actually not have enough power here. Well, I mean, we can make it bigger. Oh, I don't want to listen to that. Music. So-called music. Maybe. But that doesn't work. So it has to be... something like this. Oh. So, whatever. Symmetry stuff on the 4 inner planets is very massively designed. Oh yeah, it does. So while different on each, now is oil, rocks, lava. Yeah, that's and they've designed it that way to make sure that it did feel unique and interesting, each one. All right, are we ready to let it go? I don't think there's anything missing. So let's see if this is gonna work. Well, it's not. Let's go back here. Make sure that we actually hook this one up. Whoops. I love the new fluid system. That's some of the underrated features of this patch. At least it's pretty easy to detect. Like, it's also funny, like, these are more red and these are more blue, because for some reason this is not keeping up. Ah, of course not keeping up, because we don't have enough flowing through. But they'll get it. They'll get it. Hands up. What is this? Oh, it's the ice. All the ice is being munched on here. The calcite is now filling, so good. We're now saturated. It looks like it. Almost. Like, once these belts are full, then it's good. What about over here? Yep, it's more full, I guess, the stuff that comes in. Let's make sure that it's connected all the way from here. Yep. Okay, so as long as it's flowing, it must be connected. So it's probably still not a full belt, definitely not, but it's more of a full belt than before. So there is that. Thank you, Silver Season, for the 200 bits. Are we getting any? Yes, we are. We are getting a little bit trickling in here. So, end result. Do we like it more? It's slower. A little bit slower. Like 5 kilometers per second slower, which is not much. It's uglier. Like, very ugly. It can no longer fit on a screen in not zoom mode. I don't know. I don't think I like it. I think it's better, but it's not much better. Do the pros suck in, or do they operate at the capacity of the pipe system? Good question. Well, I think they do suck it in. You can see here they are all full, even though the pipes are not full. It's consuming at 300 per second for each of them, so it'll consume all of it. Tomb scroll shit. Yeah. And Shen, thank you for the 500 bits. And I have been thinking, like, would it be possible to have extra further down? But if I'm just looking at it and then say, if I was picking something up here, like, how much would I actually get? You can see nothing comes in here. Like, it's very little. It's only like, now there's one thing there that just glazed in. Now there's another one. So adding extra down here really wouldn't make a big difference. It would actually not really make any difference. I don't even want to do it. Here. And yeah, it's I don't know. Let's see. It's hard to sort of look at it and go, is this good? Is it bad? Is it better? If you look at this one, and it's 3,000 per minute, that's 60 per second, 50 per second. Pretty good. Not as good as I'd hoped, honestly. It's about just getting as little mass as possible on this ship, so this kind of has to take some space. I mean, I guess I could do it in a little bit better way if I really wanted it. Yeah. Kind of get this. Maybe design that around here, and then have a little bit of storage on below. Oh, these have to be next to each other, which, yeah. Power-wise? Damn. Yeah, flame animations? Yeah, they're really nice. I don't know if that's what it looks like in space, though, to be honest, so... We'll just say it looks nice. Yeah. I guess this is good. I think it also takes a little bit of time to sort of saturate. So, if you look at this one, no, not really. Well, it gets spike up here. And Anonymous, thank you for 200 bits. Look at this one, it's 3.7. It was 3, so this is about 60 per second. It's nice. I don't know, as you can feel, I'm not super happy about it. There's a little face in the middle here. And I think it's because it looks shit and isn't really better than the other one. Like, widening the ship didn't really give us much, even though it's a big difference in size, if we look at it. Like, this is the old one. So we did get, like, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional grabbers on each side. So 10 additional grabbers worth. That should be more. It is more. How do you think it could be better? I don't know. I just kind of hope that we would see that it would actually be a full belt now. If I saw that it was consistently a full belt, then I would be like, yes, it's a full belt. But the fact that we just made a redesign and it's still not a full belt makes me go, yeah, really? Was it then worth it? Like, this is what we'd want to see. Where it's stacking up here, like this. This is good. This is what we'd want to see, and see this belt stutter. Like, that's what we want, but it's not happening all the time. It happens right around Volcanus. So it is definitely better. There's no doubt that it's better. Then it goes down here. Yeah. And then it starts being spread half into either side. And there's a little bit flowing here. And then it gets converted, and then finally it gets circulated here. 1 becomes 20, and then with whatever productivity bonus we have, that is 100% productivity bonus. So 1 becomes 40. So for every... let's see, every one of these we make, that becomes 40. Which is interesting, because that's not what we see. Well, now it is. That's, of course, a little lead time. Ooh, look at the spike. Oh, look at the spikes. Yeah, this is what we want to see. Though I think that's just random. I think it's easier to modify for Core and Calza than the previous one. Yes, it is. Because this is the same build for Cold and Calza. Calcite not though. Oops. Which one is it? Coal will have to be like this, and then this has to be going into some other build that makes the coal into, or the carbon and sulfur into calcite, into coal, which means it's a lot less. And the last one is here, which is also a little bit annoying because, well, we just have to ditch the ice. That's the only thing. But it also means that we are outputting some oxide chunks as well. But that's okay. The other one is also has some output, so yeah. It's possible. But I will need to consume some of this. What is the iron yield on the copper recipe? Much less than simple. Yeah, absolutely. It's way less. It's completely useless. This one is, well, half, but the bigger issue is that we only get 5%. The metallic chunk is only 5% returning, while here it's also returning. It's returning 20%, but that 20% is also affected by productivity in some measure. So you can see this one is consuming 8.67, but it's producing 3.47. That's a huge difference. And if I did the same thing with you, I put it up here where it's also, then we are consuming 3.47, but we're only returning 0.34. That means it's much less return. This one is outputting also 347 per second. This one's outputting 69 per second. Of course, legendary, but still. Yeah. And that's the cost is then you get some copper, but copper is not relevant because we got the LDS shuffle. The one iron outputs fuel advanced recipe. The one iron's output fuels the advanced recipe. Ah, right, 3.47. Yes. Yeah, that's actually true that it's just so happens to be that. Yep, it is. Exactly. But then there's still also return for the advanced one. I think we're going to leave this ship as it is. I do need to do some test runs on it with rare components to see, and also test what level, with rare components, what level of laser power I need, but I think we'll leave this spaceship design for now and go back to Volcanus, and then the question on Volcanus is going to be, well, what is the next thing? Because we have these builds here. I think the next thing I want to do is do a blue circuit upcycler, because I think that's an essential part of the upcycling process. So if you get some iron and some iron ore, some coal, some calcite, which is stone, and coal is plastic, then we feel pretty good about it. Then we get from LDS shuffle, we got steel and copper. So then we have the 5 basic materials. Then the next most important things are circuits, and I want to try to see what happens if we use exclusively blue circuits and then break the blue circuits for reds and greens instead of having a separate green circuit upcycler and a red circuit upcycler and a blue circuit upcycler, but just only have a blue circuit upcycler, but then make it bigger, and then have that one sort of take the blue circuits, and if I need some more legendary green circuits, then I just take some blue legendaries, break them, and use them. That should be that's the intention. But it'll probably be red circuit constrained, which means we'll break up a lot of green circuits and just throw them in the lava. It sucks, but it's the way it is. But could you remind us of your plastic build before that? I've forgotten what it looks like. My plastic build is somewhere here. There's a plastic build, and this is built with rare quality components. I think we also tested it with legendaries. But then with legendaries, it needs 2 belts outbound. So it's a pretty neat one. It makes sense when you see blue circuit productivity. That's exactly the idea, is that we want to design it for legendary level, and then we're going to be building it, scaling it down as needed. Cool. All right, let's look at the map, because we do have sometimes, I'm just expanding and then, oops, we find ourselves in worm territory. Oh, I forget this. Do this first. Good. I got some space to work on. And we're going to do that after the break. So I'm going to take a short break and remind everyone that we are a little short on subscribers. What that means is that I have to maintain a certain level in order to reach my Partner Plus, and it's dipping dangerously close because I haven't been sort of pushing for subscriptions and anything. So this is me reminding that you can subscribe to the channel if you want, and we're looking for mainly the normal subscriptions, not actually primes or gift subs. They are nice and they help a lot, but for this specific thing, it's the normal subs. So if anyone wants to subscribe or have the one that's fallen off, then I'd very much appreciate it. And there's of course no obligation or anything. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. So let's dive into the blue circuit upcycler. I guess it's gonna start with something like this. And then what? No. Well, this. No. How was it we did this? We found out that it was... The correct thing to do was to use productivity modules. Yes. And then only use quality modules for the recycling. Yeah. So this is what we are gonna start with. So what happens then? What happens after this? Can I remember how I did this? It was basically, I would imagine that it's the same build I do for the next level, but I would need to get it sort of in the higher quality No, that's not how it works. The other ones would be only like this. Because I'm not producing the other ones. I'm not producing the reds and the greens. Again, they are gonna come in already built like this. $10 per second. Oh, right, I'm forgetting these. There. That's certainly enough. Certainly enough. Would this be an idea? No, this is definitely not working because it's still like 260. So it's a full belt of that, which is never gonna happen. Okay, let's take a look at this. Well, how much is this? This is... Okay. I don't think I can design a... deconstructor that deconstructs this one. Or a... Let's try it. That should probably be our baseline. So, what is the ideal build for this? I think we have to use the stacker. Do we have a stacker here? No, that's only on Fulgora we use the stacker. Curse designs! That's brilliant! Couldn't we do like a cursed deconstructor like this? Hmm? I don't think I can have this many in here. Uh... Oh man, don't accidentally break this one here. And let me see, there will be no chance of us getting a... Oops. Oops. And normal. We will never get legendaries in here because I can't craft legendaries. I would have to craft legendaries and they would not go in here. Good. So this... There. So I don't lose it when I move things around in there invariably. How do you couple blue tiles? Shift right click to copy, shift left click to paste. Hand and the mouse. Yeah, but then you need the product in hand, and I don't have the product in hand, so that's... this will then be making... That's totally not what I wanted. And then... Oh, this does not work, does it? Because priorities and stuff, and... Oof. Yeah, okay, so we have actually the issue here that we can't really get this stacked. Well, the rest would just be like, yeah, whatever, it's something. Oh, they're definitely not that. Blacklist. Blues of all qualities. Like that. Alright, these obviously have to be a little bit further away. Oh, then they can't really be getting... Because this doesn't work, does it? No, it does not. This works. Okay, we have an issue with the outbound. Let's think about that. Oh, no, 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 no. This should only be filtering out blue of any quality. Yeah? I don't think this is a good idea, by the way, but I think it's also just interestingly enough that I want to do it. And see, this is why I needed to have a copy somewhere else, because I'm an idiot. There. Oh, it's Mine Mogul. Looks interesting. Oh, I think it's fun. So that's an option for getting rid of stuff. And this. Then we blacklist. Then I get you. Paste that. And that should fill up with everything except the blues. Okay? And then from here on I can then stack it up. I don't think this is a valid thing. Like, I think it's interesting and fun to do, but I don't think it's a good idea to do. Because now everything that comes in here has to go out on a our belt, and majority will be the normal ones. So that's gonna be. Honestly, everything just has to go out on one belt, or multiple belts actually, because it needs to filter back into this. Yeah. I don't think this. I don't think this is getting us anywhere. So let's kill this, and then some of you will breathe a sigh of relief about this. Then let's get. Where do we have this filter stack outsider thing? I thought we had it somewhere. The stack outsider. Oh, there we go. This stack outsider. That one. That's the one we're looking for. There. So this is it. And that means you're going to be inbound. We're not really going to get a lot of inbound. And then outbound is going to be a much bigger issue. I think we need 4 output belts. Because if we look at the recycling for this, it is 1 becomes 5.5. So if we get a 1 belt in, we need 5.5 belts out. Yeah. Which is gonna be another kind of issue. And how fast is this? Not fast. Oh. 3.2? There we go. We need 80 times 2. That is so ridiculous. Well, the good news, I think, is that we can have room for 2 of these inside of a city block. Yes? So, there and there. Let's see how much is this. This is 36. How was this? These are outputting on one side, so that's in and of itself annoying. So I guess the first thing we want to do is $18 on one side. Let's try to get it to 20. So that would be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this maximum distance. One off. Okay, I think we have something. What if there's like this and like this, and then that goes up. But then it goes like this. That is... That's the maximum reach. So, would it be possible that this one would be flipped? Like that. And this one flipped. Because then I could go here. And that would get you one more. And then the question is, would that buy me one more here? And one more here? Yes. All of these would then have to be dipped that way. Okay. Maybe this is something. I like. Yeah. And then we just need a power pole there and a power pole here. And I need this one. So now the question is, how fast is this? This is consuming 64. Oh! Have no output. Two machines in the middle have no output. These two? They have output. Or... if it's these two, then that's because they are flipped. Well, the combinators are. It's just that this one has to be flipped in order to fit into... Actually, this one doesn't have to be flipped. Let me see. No. It's actually only the last one here that has to be flipped. All the other ones would actually be nicer if they were flipped. They were all the same way. Right, so now they're all faced the same way except the last one, because that's needed for us to make sure that there's space for it. That also looks much better. Okay, so let's see if we can do the same thing on the other side. That's these ones. And this. There we go. Now it looks more consistent, and now they actually miss an output, but there we go. So this can only consume 64, which means that if I have 2 of these in a build, which I will, then I'll be consuming 128 of this. Wow. Okay, here is another thought that I had. Would this be an option? Because... damn, not really. Because I'd really just want this to be flushing out here. I mean, then it would be something like this, where they sort of feed each other. And then they'd have to take anything that can't be fed directly in. It's just that it just seems... seems like the majority of all of this content would be... Too tight, no extra spaces. What? Is it this thing? There. Right, okay, yeah. This will give 120 inbound, and that should be pretty close to the maximum that they can handle. Damn, they're slow. They're really slow. And this is, of course, only the... Oops. Well, let's see. This is... how many machines? This is 80 machines can consume 128. There. So it's 80 machines can go into these 4-ish. That means it is 80 machines into 8. So it's 10 recyclers for each of these. I'm just... What if? It wouldn't even be enough. Because I also would accidentally hit some of these. Yeah, there's no way of doing this with direct insertion. No way. Yeah, so having 10 of these for each, this just means that we have a problem. Okay, so what now? Now we have a big build. So this is probably for me going to be the baseline of this much. So that means we only need 2 of these original builds. We could also maybe just have a single one of these original builds. And I think the majority of the issue here will now be how the hell do we finish this? Thank you, Shen! Wow, you just like that. On the 15th of the month, 15 subs, you take the leaderboard. That is that's rare that you can take the leaderboard with 15 subs midway through a month, but I guess it is like that this month. So thank you very much for your gift subs, and that's maybe a potential for a train. While we're at it, then if trains, if we somehow get to a level 5, we'll get an extra hour today, which is always nice. So how am I going to take these lines here and filter them out? So I think we need to filter out greens versus reds. In all qualities.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There we go. Scythar, thank you for the 13 months on a 3-month streak. Thank you very much for supporting the channel with your subscription. And the runners, thank you for 200 bits. Ta-da! So that means now we have filtered this out. Let's look at ratios for this. This makes no sense. Oh, right. 40 times a half, it gets truncated. So this is... It must be like 20 or 32. So I get 32 here, which means that since everything is stacked, I'll still have everything coming out on one belt when I do the same thing on this. And 320 is 2 belts. So I can get this down here to 2 belts. Yeah. Then the next part is filtering by quality. And the first thing we obviously want to filter out on quality is the normal quality. So normal quality greens. And it's 404. Thank you for your gift up. Oh, it's a gift up to Starving. Wow. I've seen Starving for a bit then. And yeah, so one more activity and then we can potentially get a little train going. There. And that will then be the next level up. Hey, good to see you, Starving. And that will only be a single day now. And then they can do the same thing here.
generous bestowal.
And Solid Bond, thank you for the 500 bits. All right, we're getting slowly getting a train potential. We got a train, and it is now a... Is it a level 1 train, or is it level 2? It's a level 1. Cool. And then the whole thing of this one is exactly what we actually need. That's the legendaries. And Starving, thank you for the gift subs. And Shin, thank you for 10 more gift subs.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Then if I do... Yeah, they are. So we got to a level 2 train. Thank you. And Freak, thank you for 47 months. 44 months.
Welcome home.
Jumping a little bit ahead. Okay. Do we get this thing here? Missing one. Hey, Urchalite, thank you so much for that.
More shall enter the fray.
10 gift subs. All right, this is starting to move somewhere. Yay! What is that? That is with 3 minutes left. We're at 91% of this train. Nice. See, that kink is not my kind of kink. Actually, also would kind of like it to be exactly the same as the other one. And then this one would be
Tales
the other
of
one.
our endeavors.
Ooh, Shen, thank you with another 5 gift subs. Why have the splitter go underground and not the split off right side quality go under... What? Why have the splitter... What? Why have the splitter go underground? Like that one? Or that one? What? I don't know which one you're thinking about. Like this one? Because it's a smaller footprint. Otherwise I'd have to do it this way. And that's a bigger footprint. So that's why. Oh, I could also do, if I wanted to save space in one direction, I could do it this way. That's more efficient. There we go. Yeah, that's what you meant. Yep. Good. Thank you for poking me on that. And this one doesn't even need to be. It can just be this here. Okay, good. I guess this is then the same. That's pretty neat. Then the question is, could this one have been done the same way? Could I also have prioritized this in a better way? Maybe. Oh, the train. The train! Oh no! Oh shit. I don't know how much the train is missing, but it's missing a lot, and there's less than 1 minute left because the hype train counter is not working. Damn. Anyway, panic, panic, panic. Is that better or worse? Oh, this one is also another problem because this only gets one thing going because I still need that. Oh, hey, Flops! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. You're on the tail end of the train. Yeah, it looks more clouded. Yeah, but it also just only solves half the problem. Because I mean, the thing is, this one, it becomes like this, but it looks weird, right? Thank you for the level 3. But there could still be an argument for doing it sort of. See, that doesn't work either. This is nice-ish, but I don't know what to do with it after this point. I could do like this one and just kind of go out here. Oh, this is not good. That. There you go. That's the one. And then this has to be, like, still has to be filtered out. Like this. So now it's actually a little bit too compact, I think. Because there would also be a really good argument for saying that they get, like, the rare quality here comes out with the rare quality here. So maybe the first filter is on... Oh no! Oh no, oh no. This is not working. Oh. Still nowhere to be seen. Yeah, you're right, Gunther. Yeah, okay. So the problem here is that what about imbalances? This one does not have any internal buffer, so any imbalance in the randomly generated output will just completely mess up. So that means everything has to have like an internal buffer on each of these belts, which means that it can't be this close. So remember how we did that? Do you even want the uncommons and epics? No, everything gets upcycled. The whole point, everything except, like, the only thing that we keep is now the legendary. This is a legendary upcycler, so anything that we get here is going to go back to like an intermediate where we just build it in uncommon or rare quality, and then we go in and deconstruct it, and as we deconstruct it, we're going to get better quality materials. Oh, this actually means that we have no way of making legendary blue circuits. We are not making legendary blue circuits, actually. We are making legendary blue circuit ingredients. Okay, so we need to have a... Here. This one goes up. I need to have a buffer for this one. How is it? That basically means the first thing we do want to do is output priority here. So this is the shit that gets picked up. So first of all, it flows through. If it doesn't flow through, I need to pick it up. That needs to be picked up in a box, which will eventually be... It might even be a buffer box. Are you kidding me? This is probably the smallest buffer we can make. So basically, let's say there's green, normal quality green circuits coming in here, and then they just fill up. And then I'll say, what are we gonna go do? We're gonna do this. We are requesting 0, but we are maximum 4,000, for example. So anything more than 4,000, we will we'll get rid of. This means that also the closest these things can be together is obviously like this. And yeah. 260. Is that what we can expect out of this? No, what? How did this jump up to double? 600. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. 640, how many belts is that? 4 belts? 4 times 240? Yeah. It's 3 belts. Less than 3 belts, but fine, we'll make it 4. Legendary science is a trap. It's almost easier to just plop another 6 science build versus the insane scale to match the legendary. Yeah. If you're using scale for quality science, the amount of resources is too little depending on your scale. Has been working on this, and the amount of quality resources is nowhere enough. I think he's working towards 4 million SPM and would need 10 casino ships or more for Calcite. Yeah, sure. So what? I have a fully functional 1 million signs per minute mega base that's been running for completely stable for 20 plus hours, or at least 10 plus hours, because that's what the overlay is. And in that base, I have 3 builds, 3 space casinos for blue signs and 3 for red signs and green signs. I think it's actually red and green signs, so it's not very much. And so if you needed that much for 4 million, sure, you need 4 times as much. The issue is going to be at that level, even at my level, it's going to be updates. And this is why I don't find any interested in building beyond 1 million signs per minute, because I have really good builds and they're really good and I can stamp them down and I could get to twice as much by just doubling it. But then it runs into updates, like a lot into updates. We're running at 36 signs per minute, or 36 updates per minute, per second, which is fine. It's playable, but it if I wanted to scale beyond that, I would stop playing Factorio design game. I would then build, okay, so how do I make sure that this enters the idle state and therefore uses less compute power? And they're like, that's not a game I want to play. It's that simple. I don't want to play that game. If there's something that's blatantly awful, like Prometheum Science, then and I think I would also think that if, now I don't know what SF Hobbit is doing, but if it's not including Prometheum Science, it has no value in my book. There we go. And if you have Prometheum Science, anything you optimize outside of Prometheum Science doesn't give a shit anyway. It's completely irrelevant. But I've seen other people who build like massive big mega bases and they forget Prometheum and they forget Clever, which are the only 2 things that matter. Anything else is completely irrelevant. So if you skip those 2, it doesn't matter. Just saying science-based casinos are not that powerful. Oh, quite the contrary. They are super powerful. But sure, you can just stamp down 6 more, and that's fine. But 6 more normal builds. But I did it because I thought it was a fun challenge to use some new features. But I will not hear of any mega base that doesn't include Prometheum, because then you're just cheating. Then I could just make a build that just invents materials, because you're not doing, you're cheating. Can break down one. Keep in mind, for this resize, you only need to make 96. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a really good point. Yeah, 96. That's a good point, Anthony. Thank you. Yeah, so I only need to make 96, which this one is making a little bit less. So. Is it 96? Yeah. Okay. I think I need to design... $640. So it would be 640 divided by 20 each, multiplied by 4, because that's how many productivity bonus. That means it gets back to 128. Oh, that's the... Would 1 million signs be feasible without quality to include Prometheum? Yes, it absolutely is. Because that's my base is like that. The reason why I've used legendary without the only reason why I'm using legendary is because I think it's a fun challenge, and I think it's on par maybe. I'm not saying it's better because I don't think it is. You like building red and green and blue signs and yellow signs. Yellow signs are surprisingly easy in space. Building those on the ground is really a big deal. So, but I think yellow science is actually the one that is the most valuable because it's a slow, everything builds so slowly for yellow science. So building it really, it ends up being a really big build on the ground, non-legendary. But the legendary is only 1/6 of the size, and it's not not very many ingredients per second, which is advantageous for space science, but it's just a lot of things. How do you find designing purple? Well, I did. It's a big build, but it was the first one of the normal sciences I built. It's just a giant build, and it is. It looks like this. This is 240 purple science. 240 purple science per second, with including 2 blocks for just sending it off to space. So basically just stamp this down 4 times and then you have enough for 1,000,000 signs per minute. Which is pretty neat. Yeah. Okay, so this is... Yeah, the thing is, we don't actually need this one. This is what I keep forgetting. Like, we only need to top up because it is net neutral. How did you see your design? Yeah. I think I can actually make a lot simpler design than this. Because this design was sort of constrained by... maybe it actually does need this build as well, part of it. So this is not a practical size. $126. But each of these lines are consuming... No, not bad, actually. So when we get the green circuits out, it's actually not completely off by looking at it like this. And then the only problem is that but additional thing is that we need one that is not for that, but for reds. But same. Wow, this is very aesthetic. But I need the blue, the red one in the middle. And that is as compact as this could be. USB module. I think the recyclers might make sense. Less quality per craft, but more. Ooh, maybe, but I'm also just like now I'm kind of designing it according to this scale here. So let's see, how would we do this? Let's try this. We're just doing an intermediate test here. Let's try it. That should be enough for it to, all of it to flow, because this is 120 plus 120. This is 480, so it should be enough to get all of it going. Ah, yeah, okay. Probably be easier, then it'll be easier to pick up here, I think. Let's see if it... What is this? Is it? Why is it starving? Oh, 600. Why did it jump up? Oh, right, it is jumping up to 600. Ah, right, okay, so that is... And this is not 600 then. No. There we go. Hello, Menstick. Good to see you. Good. So it can keep up if there's just enough on the belt. Good. So this is our normal module, and what I need to do here is actually also yeah, I don't know. No. Let's keep this. Let's say this is a thing. Let's keep it out here. Okay, so that would be coming from down here. That has to be this one, and then interspersed with these as well, which I don't know how I'm going to do, but whatever. Then, if I'm getting 120... If I'm consuming 128, then I'm getting 640 of these. Out of that, 24.8% of this is higher quality. So, 640 times 0.248. That's how much I get green circuits in quality. Divided by 20. And most of it is of course in uncommons. Hold on. This was actually correct, that it doesn't need to produce this much. It needs to... No, it does need to produce this much. Yes, it does. Yeah. Quick question. How much production do I need for chips and recycle to get infinite. 300. Because that means this one is outputting 4, and this one is only getting 25% yield. So now this, you can see here, productivity is 300%, which is the limit. And in order to get that, it's 5 productivity, 5 of the best productivity modules, legendary quality, that gives it 125. Then the built-in is another 50, so that's 175 productivity bonus you get from the machine and from the modules. And then the question which you are maybe wondering is this one. Then you need 13 levels of processing unit productivity in order to get it. Are you putting uncommon blues back in the big recycler or doing that separate? I'm putting it back in the big recycler. It's going to be too low of a chance to build all of that. Yeah. So yeah, this is also like, this doesn't need to be 128 except for the first round, because some of it will be coming from here. And recyclers, that doesn't matter. Recycler level doesn't do anything. Because the recycler quality is only for scrap recycling, which is completely irrelevant because you can just get more scrap. So that will also have 40 productivity unless you are dequalified. Oh yeah, of course. So that means we need to get this part. 26, that's 130, and I needed more. So maybe we do like this. Yeah. Or, even better, it might actually be something like this we're doing. This is going to be the biggest issue. This is then... I do need some markers here. So I know what's in each. This will be red, uncommon, green, uncommon, and green uncommon. Yes? Rare and epic. And then I don't have the legendary. Ah! Damn it. Actually, I don't need that or that. I don't even need this one. So... I do also need to create the legendaries, otherwise I don't have any legendaries. There. Blue quality. And then the question is it still better for the the uncommons to... So here I'm a little bit in doubt. For this one, is it better to do that? Better Probably isn't. But the point would be that I'm getting so low inbound that I don't need the speed modules, which is one of the arguments for this one, is that with speed modules you can get a lot more. If they're almost equal, you need a giant build if you didn't use speed modules. So, or speed beacons. But this one, it also gives us the advantage of actually making some legendary blue circuits just off. We don't want the epics, no. But honestly, I don't think that's actually the case here. I think it's better to continue to do the one we did before. I just can't try to do this. Then have a single one out here for just the legendaries, which is unfortunately not doing much. Okay, so this is definitely easy to fit into one module, one beacon, or one block. So that's not the worry here. But what we need to worry about is how do we get things from here filtered out in a meaningful way. I like this build, very nice. Maybe if this thing was mirrored, so it brought inbound here. Okay, these smart belts. So potentially like this, but then we have this one. And then I mean, maybe? Problem is that it's such a big build for so little value. Don't feel my break? Yeah, you're right. You're right, you're right, you're right. This will just continue to go down until I'm happy. I don't know if I want to have the red first. There, then that's the red. feels so weird, this build. Oops. Rebalance. I think these need to rebalance everywhere. I think we'll just make it and then we will adapt it. Nope, can't do that. It has to be... has to come in here. There we go. That is actually correct. And that's the red socket, the green socket, then the next one. So this one and here. Way too big of a build, unfortunately, but maybe we can compact it somehow a little bit later. But right now I'm doing this for mainly for transparency. Could the central sacred path be removed? Remove for and use space for building? No. No, don't like it. I mean, you can, yes, but don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, and here. There you go. That should be it. Do we like it? And I know that this build here is... This was just because I couldn't build it without bound downwards. I just couldn't build it downwards. I just had to do it this way. There are so many tests along the way. Second splitter has to be mirrored. Second splitter has to be mirrored. Don't know what that means. Oh, right, this one. Yes, this... Is it this one? Yes. That's what you meant, I guess. Why is this one jamming? Oh, right, because this... No, this really shouldn't be more than a full belt. Really shouldn't be. It might just take a little bit of time because it's fully saturated, but it really shouldn't be. Isn't the Fulgora filter design? Hmm? Recycle chest. We're not using chests here. This is just deleting. I just want to see a flow. Like we're generating flow inbound. We're just consuming flow outbound. So I'm going to take a break, a short break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. And then we'll see how it performs and how we can sort of make it a little nicer somehow. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's have a look at what this, if it works, why not, why it doesn't work. Let's say, actually turn around and say, why doesn't it work? It doesn't work because this is apparently too much. I don't get that. This means that it's more than 240. Why is it more than 240? If we're looking at this, it should be distinctly less. So why? Steel chests are full. Steel chest. Where do we have? There are no steel chests. Where are the steel chests anywhere? Oh, these. Oh, right, these ones. Oh, right. Why is that actually? Oh, because they. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. So we have to. That's what we meant by steel chest. There we go. We have to restart it. Come on, empty this before the next thing comes in. It's just been idling, so it has built up a buffer everywhere. And then when we start it, it has to empty the buffer, which might not be balanced. Yeah, speed time, yes. That's a little bit too much. So how would we take... See, this build doesn't even need to exist, to be honest. The only thing I need to add here is a production of red and green science that I can then supplement in here if this is running too low. Or I could just say these buffers are going to be also requesters, and then that would be just fine. These might actually be requesters. No, I don't know. Okay, so this is flowing nicely. That's just what we wanted to see. Good. So it is flowing nicely. It's good. Anything? So how would we make this more compact? Like obviously this block is wasted. This block doesn't need to be here at all. And well, actually, I just want to build this here. This is the whole point of everything. So what I'm doing now is I want to see that it works. And then once we see that it works, we are going to change it somehow. And let's see. No, not good. Not ideal. But then I could just scoot them in a little bit towards the middle. Mm-hmm. It just bothers me too much, this one. Sorry, that's... Good. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then let's get all the other ones. And this gets a little bit different. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's weird, but I think it's correct. Because what it does is it takes the greens on one belt and the reds on the other belt. And that means each of these can grab... This one will only grab the rare quality, this one will only grab the epic quality. That should work. And then I think all I need to do now is this one. And then we... the only thing we're missing then is how do we kickstart it? Because anything that gets produced and ends up here will need to be supplemented back in. So where is our... I guess this is our starter build. Before we do this, let's build a... What is here? Oops. There. You put quality module in epic, so you need to filter out legendary. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't want to do that. I wanted to do this. Otherwise, I would also ruin it anyway with the modules. So I moved it back here because I decided to use productivity. Yeah? Anything going on? Yay, we got a little bit going on. Woohoo! We need to... First I want to see it get working, and then I can speed up time. This thing is a little scary, to be honest. Because that's no good. Like, this is not a good idea. It will eventually get a buffer as we start flowing through. It'll be one of those things that will self-balance, but it might take a long time to self-balance. So we'll start speeding up here. That seems extremely busy. Oh, this one is up to 4,000. What? That's so weird, right? It's odd that it just... Like, that was so unbalanced. Oh, maybe there was something in here. I don't know. So now we have another problem, and that is it's producing too much. Why is it producing too much? So this one is over the 1,000, so it's not receiving anything. Good. I'm wondering if I should have balancers here. Like the good balancer. What is this? What is this? Lane builds alternate. Okay. This one's a little fat, so this one's slightly slimmer. This is 8 tiles wide, and this is only 6 tiles wide. Okay, let's try that one. Because I did kind of not like the other one was so wide. That's a pretty cool design, actually. Weird, but cool. Is that correct, though? Like, what is this doing? No. What are they doing? Yeah. How? Oh, right. Did I stamp it on top? Yeah, okay. Yep. This is peculiar at best. Why do we have such an extremely excessive amount of overflow here? Oh! Interesting. This one's not keeping up. This can produce 180. I really shouldn't be able to get 180 or more than that from this. Oh, of course. So what I've been doing is... here, right? Oh, okay. I wanted it... When it was 640 here, I was saying, okay, out of that, out of the 640 that comes out, I have 0.248 that is rare quality. But the thing is, or no, uncommon quality. But those that go in here and become uncommon quality, which means I divide it by 20 and multiply it by 4, then I get another 31, let's call it 32 green circuits in the next loop, which means it's actually, yeah, and yeah, so that also needs to be done. They're trying to say, yeah, that I also remember that you were sort of saying, someone was saying something about that. Yeah. Okay, so what we need to do for this is split this out so that this whole build is going to be uncommon quality. And only that. It's not actually a good place to deconstruct anything. We'll figure it out. These two. This is like the worst place to do this because this is about as ugly as a split as you can do. This one. Blech. Blech. That's not pretty. It can be saved by doing this and pretending that's how we do it. There. Mm-hmm. Shorter or wider? So... I'm not sure this is gonna work, but let's try it like this. Maybe we'll need a single one of these in between, but then we'll do that. I wonder if this will be fast enough for that. Maybe. And this. And then all of this has to be moved because it's has some bad stuff in it. There you go. So that should kickstart it again, and let's see if this works. I'm not 100% sure if this is fast. Well, I'm pretty 100% sure that's not fast enough, but... nom. That's a huge discrepancy here. Probably better to do like this. Could this bit be a little bit more modest? It might be a little bit slower to get started, but it also gets a lot less frantic, less in the air. 1x4, not 2x2. Yes, I'm still in the process of figuring out if things work, more than actually. I want to have all the pieces, and then I'm gonna figure out if how we can compact it, because I'm still not sure about the pieces. So look at this. This is so weird. Why is it so biased or so, yeah. Still be overdone with comments? Really shouldn't be. But maybe it's the belt capacity then. But I should be consuming 360. That would be half of all of them would come out as rare, which is unlikely. But the question is, the only thing that really matters is this one gonna be enough. Is this actually working? Oh yeah, these will be lower priority insert, yes. So it flows through and then it'll just empty this box. It won't empty this box, man. But the issue is that we're not getting enough uncommon rare quality, and holy smokes, why are these not stacked? Why is it looking so weird? What is... Oh, maybe it's just... okay, it was just an update thing. Alright. They're moving backwards on the belt. That makes no sense. Yeah, it's like when you have a camera pointing at a helicopter and the rotor speed is matching the refresh rate on the camera, so we just see like a helicopter with static rotors. Like, looks weird. Okay, so random chance. Oh, look at this. This is actually true. But you're also having problems. Why are you having problems? Oh. Input priority from there. There we go. So it's not actually producing fast enough because it couldn't get rid of it because it was stuck. So if we're stuck with something, it should definitely be this one that is holding back. Yeah. The fact that this one keeps flying in is really bad. Like, I need a better way to start it so that it only supplements. Which means I need a green and a red, green and a red build sort of also incorporated here. Limited service based on chest content. Which chest? Yeah, but they are also just keeps working because the belts are not... Ah, right, I'm getting it, I'm getting it. Ah, okay, it's turned out. Okay, the belts out here will, in the best of cases, not be... yeah, when I'm consuming 128, then I'm outputting 640 green circuits. 640 green circuits is less than 4 belts of green circuits, which means that these belts will always, always, always be undersaturated. And these ones will insert whenever it's undersaturated, which means that I'll never get to a position that these ones are idling and therefore that they stop requesting. So this design is actually sort of always cramming things in, and it should only be sort of cramming things in until it gets started, and then sort of chopping up at the rate of stuff being output over here. That's not the case. So we need a new way of getting things inbound. What would be the right way? Because what happens then is that this is feeding more green and red in. That means it's overproducing blue circuits. That means it's overfilling the belts. That means it's overfilling the buffers. That means whatever comes out is oversaturated. It should be a balanced build, which it would be if these stopped requesting things in. So how do I make sure that you don't request when you're already started? Yeah, the red ones, yeah. I understand. I agree, but that's why we filter them out. And luckily, ideally we would get it a little bit closer here. So bought in blues with low input priority. But okay, I understand. But where and what? Like, what would be the signal for them to be inserted into the network? That I don't understand. Or not understand, but that I don't really sort of have the right answer for. Yeah, reading belts, that might be a thing. Yeah. And let's see. Yeah, yeah. And I only want to look at this part. When this is less than 100, maybe? which will eventually happen, right?
Our
But it will have to
illustrious
sort of
champion returns.
take a while to do it.
Welcome home.
King Cat Snake, thank you for the 12 months of Prime. Much appreciated. My idea is not do uncommon at all. At common, brew circuit build. It outputs commons directly to recycler. Means back to EM plant. Not too we went through this long ago, and it would need 10 of these for one of these machines, and you can't put 10 machines around, and you want this one beaconed, but you don't want these beaconed, so I couldn't do a design that made sense of it. Or just void comments. No, I definitely don't want to do that. The whole point is that this is a one-to-one build that takes commons and turns them into legendaries with no loss. That's the advantage of it. If you start throwing away, then you're just having something else. Yeah, it's dropping. Up. There you go. There was a little bit. Up. But it's... Why is it not actually outputting? This is weird. Huh? Okay, so it is outputting a little bit. But this will then undersaturate this belt. Which is good because there's still a lot of junk in some of these boxes. Like some boxes are overfilled. And they need to empty. Which is also probably part of the reason for some of this imbalance here. Oh, wow. So this is not fast enough. It's consuming 65 per second. I have it. But this one is almost working full time. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess I would need to make this build, redo this build, so that it is like this, but only on one side. So I can get the... So it'll be 8 normal, 4 uncommon, 2 rare, 1 epic, 1 legendary. Ah, look at this one. Ah, chugging along. This one's also too slow, so even this is not working. Go, 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 go. Ooh, look at that. Nom, 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 nom. That looks better. It was kind of... Oh man, it was even overflowing this one. So this should help get rid of some of the junk here. Some of. Yeah, this belt is still full. But it should be emptying. Look how slowly it goes. Why is it going so slowly? It's the rare... Ah, this one. Yeah, okay. We'll just do that. Just to keep it a little bit faster now. I know it's not a good idea to do it this way. There we go. Finally it's out online. Yeah, so we definitely need 2 of these. This one's scaling up, this one. 24,000. Oh, because it's not emptying. Ah, right. Okay, so this definitely needs to get its shit together. So this is the whole reason why this is jamming and why this is so slow. Let's see if it self-corrects somehow. Yeah, look at that. It's self-correcting. Woohoo! The belts are empty, emptying slightly and slowly, but they are emptying. Of course, the top recyclers here will be more busy than the lower ones because it'll always sort of... These ones will, yeah, always be more busy. So, but we're seeing that now this block, this buffer is empty. This buffer is empty. This buffer is not quite empty, but we'd like it to be empty. So here's the problem as well. Like this is the problem. This is the reason why I was seeing over here that we were lacking red circuits, because when it sets the filter to green first, which means that if it overflows, then it's gonna output the greens first, which is fine because it's the high quality, but that means if it doesn't get any of these down to a manageable level, then it'll never output the red ones. And therefore the red in here is going to accumulate until we get some of the green ones down to a level where they are no longer part of this filter. So you can see it is the rare ones. None of this is going down actually. It's not really going down at all. Now it's up to 1k each. Yeah. Yep. How do we do that? This one should... Oh, this one is still activating once in a while. Which is weird. Oh no, it's actually not weird at all. It just doesn't seem like it's ever going to be decreasing. Oh, this is now decreasing a little bit. The rare quality and epic quality is actually going down now. Nice. But it's still not going down to any of the reds I actually output. At some point, maybe. I want to see that it can self-correct. Yeah, look at all the green ones. They're now below a stack. It's very nice. Oh, we're starting to see some reds being ejected. Did I actually set it to a stack size? No, 15. Okay, so it's working. This one is now almost empty, and that should mean that the next one, which is then having exactly the same problem, sitting on a lot of glorious reds that are being necessary. And is this being emptied? I hope so. It's 1.3, 1.3. It looks like it's actually going by highest quantity. No? Yeah, maybe it is. No, it's... No, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's definitely not the highest quantity, because then the rare and... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, right, it's... No, I have no idea what's the reason for changing the filter here. Like, when this filter... No. When this filter here has all of these, which one is it going to pick? I would actually think it would pick the one that is in the first tile. But that's not true. So, this is just getting worse now. But if you look down here, now it's better than before. And I guess it's still the rare quality. No, now it's the epic. What? Now it's the epic quality that's having issues. That should not be the case, right? Inserters always pick up the last slot from the chest. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Okay, so We just got a new issue. It was the rare quality now, not the legendary. $24,000 on this one. Go! Get 90 per second out. Go, 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 go. Okay, so maybe this also, or I guess it's because we just produced a shit ton of rare quality and they have a tendency to become epics. So we just pushed it one up in terms of sort of where it's going to stall out. And now we see the problem that this one is stalling, completely stalling, and everything died. Yeah. And what happened to you? What are you doing? Oh, it's just it's no more fuel. What? Is it the same thing? Yes, it's the same thing. That's so funny. Details, details, details. There we go. It's fine. Weird, really weird that it happened at the same time, actually. Well, nothing bad happened. Okay, so this is a new disaster. But this is why it's important to have these here. That says anything above, I don't know, maybe 10,000. But then also request it when it's less than... Nope. Like this. And even though we shouldn't have any of these in inventory, then maybe we've disbanded it before. So that's the same issue. Just being one EM plant needs 10 recyclers for 100% operation. That was the... That's not exact, but I was just basically saying this one was producing 120, or is consuming 128, and this one was, I don't know, this thing here was, this thing here was producing around the same. So if I had 8 of these, and that would correspond to 80 of this, then it's like, it's about 10. So it's not exactly, but it just, it's that ballpark figure. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of flow here. Yeah, this is very high. But this one I don't want to request because then it gets bad, right? And it... These ones, if we happen to get too much, then just ditch it. But then I don't want to get it back here somehow. Yeah. This one still has issues. Well, that's because it's producing full time. Shit. Yeah. Damn, we do actually need quite a lot of this. Okay, I have an idea. Let's try it again. Some of these will fill up a little bit. And here, this will be how we seed it. Which will be really slow, but after a little bit of time, it... will it actually work? Yeah, it should work for seeding. But very slowly. Because anything that gets added is just continue to circulate until it goes out here. And then the only exception is the stuff that was just brought in. So we're starting to see a little bit more in the network. Yeah. Is your initial blue circuit build feeding all this using quality mods? No, not quality mods. No. I mean, it would technically be something like this that would feed it, but I need so little blue circuits to get it started. I just need, like, if we say that when this system is fully operational, it will have I don't know, 5,000 blue circuits, or the equivalent of 5,000 blue circuits running around. And then we're just requesting 100 blue circuits in, and they get inserted, and they get broken down and upgraded, and then 100 more, and 100 more, and 100 more. And after a while, they'll be like, yep, it's saturated. And then it will be only topping it up to the rate that it goes out of the system. Do you have a filter out for from legendary from epic build? No, there's no legendary. It can't generate legendaries. They are productivity modules. They're productivity modules, so no legendaries. Legendaries can only be produced by legendary ingredients because of this setup here. Yeah, it's a little bit puny, this build. It takes a while to get started, but gradually it will get more things, I think. I'd like to believe that, at least. We're also seeing more and more coming out here compared to here. I want to see here. Here I can see how much is on the belts, and also the composition of it. I feel that this is the right idea. I still think that it needs a number of hours of fine-tuning and balancing, but the idea is correct. Like, only using productivity modules here, only having the blue circuits go in, and then having it filter off, and then having it a buffer that can sort of eject from the build if it's about to stall, and then a little bit of a supplement if needed for some of them. Yeah. I am wondering if this will be able to fully saturate it. Yeah, so it's basically whenever something comes in here, then it'll be ejected, like in good batches here, like this. If this was like this, then it would actually get more inbound. Then it would be faster on ejecting here. Yes. There we go. That's a better idea. Without the quality modules, how do you upgrade the quality? I don't need to say that you're new. That's a totally fine question. So this, the purpose of this build is to get as many blue circuits of the current quality as possible. And then over here I take many circuits and try to get 1/4 of it, but at a higher quality. So it's only with the recycling that I increase the quality. You could also increase the quality here, but in order for me, for example, for this one, to be producing 126 blue circuits per second with speed modules, with productivity modules, just to give an idea about it. I would need 120. So 120 machines in order to do that. So it's really impractical to use quality at this stage because you're going to limit your throughput by so much. Then you can do like a balance between some quality, some productivity, but some calculations have shown that it is marginally better to do the productivity here. Have a chance to upgrade in quality without modules? Nope, not without modules. They need only the here. So basically, if I take 100 items in, I get 25 items out. And out of those 25 items, 25%, so 6, are going to be higher quality. Usually just one step up. So that's how it is. So basically we put 100 in, and then we get 6 that we can use, and 19 that we just send back and recycle again. And out of those 6, we just keep recycling those, and eventually we will have legendaries. Go for a break. Yeah, well, it's not a break. It's end of the day. I think this is a fun design. I think we can definitely compact it. I don't think I can get it less than 4 blocks. We need 1 for construction, 1 for filtering, and then probably 1 for maybe producing red and green zones. So it's a vacation, yes. So I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be continue on Mind Mogul. It'll be a separate series on YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, keep it now. There's 2 episodes on YouTube now for Mind Mogul, and I'll continue probably making one tomorrow. I wanted to have one tomorrow, but it might be Tuesday and then Factorio on Thursday and then another Mind Mogul on Saturday. I think that would be like the best rhythm to go with, because there's not that much content in Mind Mogul, so I don't want to sort of jam it all out in 1 week, because then that's probably it. I think there's maybe like 5 to 7 episodes on YouTube for Mind Mogul, which I think is perfectly fine for a game that just released in early access for a small indie team. And we'll continue to explore it here on Twitch tomorrow, and then we'll see. Back with this on Sunday. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for all of the lovely subscriptions. Good night. Take care and stay effective.